Hi, Rahul.
Hi, morning, Sunil. How are you?
Good, how are you? Hi. You had a busy day yesterday, huh?
Yeah, I'm really sorry. I got stuck in
No,
something.
no problem, no problem. Hope things are well for you.
Yeah. Initially, I thought that I'll start by 1 hour delay, but then it took time. So I thought that let's cancel it. We'll cover it in next week. Anyway, Monday we are extending, so we'll extend till Tuesday. No problem there.
Yeah, no, I mean, we are willing to wait because you cover things very good. So,
Yeah.
thank you for that.
So let's wait. Give 3-4 minutes. Let other also join. Then we'll start. Okay.
Sounds good. I will just go and get some coffee.
Sure.
Hello.
Hi, Adil. Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Yeah, doing good. Sorry for the yesterday. Yep, that got cancelled in the last moment
No problem.
because I got stuck in somewhere. So as usual, we'll give a couple of more minutes. Let's see if somebody is joining. Then we'll start at in next 2 minutes. Yep.
Okay, sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rahul, I'm there.
Thank you. I think let's start as usual on daily basis. Other people used to be a bit late, so let them join, and meanwhile we'll start. Okay. So let me share my screen. Okay. Before that, the way we start daily. Okay. So I will love to answer anything. If any questions from your side, anything that you want to ask or something. Meanwhile, I'm logging. So if you have any questions, anything, you can ask me. Okay, fine. So let's start for the day. Okay, so today we are going to explore a lot of things. Okay, so I'll show you multiple things, how things works, how you can utilize it. So some of the things are there in the documentation. What actually officially I would say whatever the officially things are there in practical in lab guide which I have already shared with you. Those things anyway I'm going to show you. I'll show you a few others uh, tricks as well. Okay, so that because why I want to explore a lot of things here on with you. I'm working on the Terraform, uh, and I can see that there are a lot of opportunities are there around Terraform. Lot of demand, lot of the people are looking for the So if you get your hands dirty, and I'll share you with my a repository as well, which is public actually. So anybody can utilize. I'll show you what codes are there, how you can utilize those codes actually, and how you can run uh, your infrastructure, how you can create your own infrastructure, how you can create infrastructure as code, right? All those things I'm going to cover today. So we'll put a lot of effort, a lot of pressure on the Terraform side. So the officially we are on day 6 today, but we are yet to complete the Terraform stuffs on day 5. So we'll focus on that, and then we'll cover the day 6. Okay, so day 6 will start with the Puppet and Ansible. Two different things are there. Puppet will be a bit confusing, so just hold your hand tight, and you have to be uh, careful. Puppet actually not too much people are utilizing, because I would say that the because of complication, because of other problems, I feel that these days Ansible and Puppet are similar looking tools, but Ansible people are utilizing most of the place. Puppet, I worked long back when I was working for one of the bank, but right now I can see most of people, most of the companies are moving towards Ansible, and there is a reason behind it. That's why how we are going to cover. We'll start with Puppet, and then we'll jump on the Ansible, so you can compare. How easy Ansible is, how you can play around. There are a lot of things that can be done in Ansible actually. Okay. So let's start. So we'll focus on Terraform. That's it, right? So Terraform mostly in the this the PPT which I have shared you. Just go through it. But Terraform is mostly I would say it's a something practice tool actually. How much practice you do, you'll be better in that, right? The most practice you'll do, most the way you will be more comfortable actually. Okay, so we are going to do one by one. Okay, we are going to do one by one. The practice we will do. Okay, we'll see how it works. So remember, on that day we have started with this Terraform lab. Okay, and if I'm not wrong, we have just so Docker was not in, Docker installation was not needed, right? Reason behind it, because Docker was already there, right? Docker was because I was using the same machine, but I told you that if you are working on the new machine, let's suppose by mistake, or you have shut down your older machine which have the Docker, so you can install it actually. So Docker is not a prerequisite for Terraform, I would say, but it's a prerequisite for this class actually, because we are going to do a lot of things in the Docker. So I'll show you both the things actually, how we have seen AWS, we have seen Docker, right? Now in Docker as well, we can do a lot of things, and in Terraform as well, we can do a lot of things. Okay, so I'll show you where exactly your Terraform fits actually. Okay, so yeah, initial discussion we have already done it, but I would like to just show your attention where exactly the Terraform fits. Okay, I think this Git picture I have already prepared it. I think I'm not sure if I've shared with you. I don't think I've shared with you, right? So okay, Terraform. We'll start the initial communication where exactly the Terraform sits, right? So if I'll say anything we have for Terraform, is it possible? There should be something. Okay, nothing for the Terraform, is it? How is it possible? Okay. For AWS, we have no. Is also no. Okay, that's fine. We'll go for the basics one. Okay, so where exactly the Terraform and Docker settles. Okay, so let's suppose this is Docker, and then we have EC2. Okay, so okay, so what we are going to do is we will do our practice. We will do our practice, and we will try to create this entire setup as well. Okay, is it Docker containers as well? Container. Fine. Okay, let's start then. So let me see where is my machine. Okay, so before that, let's start with the billing. As I advise you guys that you should always start with the billing section, right? See what is happening. Okay, so some billing charges are there. So from where it is coming? Some charges are from EC2. Fine. For data transfer, something is there. Okay, that's fine. Okay, fine. So let's start our EC2 machine. I think the same machine is still there. Yeah, Docker is there. So what I'm going to do it, I will start it. Meanwhile, I'll prepare everything. Okay, Git is done. So we are in the Terraform. So what exactly Terraform is? Infrastructure as code. Okay, that's called IAAC. Okay. So we'll see what all the things we can do. Machine is starting.
I'm here.
Thanks, Francis. Just give it another 1 minute. I think it should be good. Okay. So let's try starting it. Okay, similar way we'll connect it with putty. Okay. Let's give authorization. Say accept. Okay, I'll just change the setting so that it should be good for you. Okay, and do the sudo and just verify the Docker should be running. Docker info, I run the Docker info. Yeah, so that's good. Docker is running, and hopefully Terraform is also installed. So if I'll run the Terraform version, yep. Okay, so that's a newer version of Terraform that we have installed on that day, right? So let's crack on. Okay, so we are going to do one by one. Okay, Terraform installation is done. This, as I said, right? So okay, if you need the latest one, this is the command actually that you can go for the 1.2.4. That's the latest going on, but depends, right? So older one is also fine. Okay, so the very first thing that we are going to do it, remember on Docker what we used to do. I told you, right? Docker is all built around images and container concept, right? It's completely built around images and the container image and container. One image would be there. Based on that image, you can create the containers, right? Now, doing that work, you can do it via a simple Docker commands, right? Now, what we are going to do it, because let's suppose I want to do the automation, right? I want to do the automation. I don't want to do it with the these manual commands. Okay, and if I want to do that automation, I will use the Terraform actually. I will use the Terraform for creating some images. Okay, creating some images at the same time creating some containers from that images actually. Okay, so both the things we are going to explore. We'll see how it works. Okay, so let's see what images we have. If there is some images, we'll just clean it up. Yes, some images is also there. What about containers? So Docker container ls. It's a container ls, sorry. Okay, no containers, right? Some images are there. I'll just clean it up. Remember what is the command to delete? Docker RMI. Okay. I will just Docker RMI-F. We'll use the F for by default. I think all gone or what? Okay, yeah, that's only one is left out. We'll just clean this one as well. Docker RMI, and your image. Yeah. So if I'll say now, Docker images, yeah, clean, right? So now what we are going to do it, I will start doing, I'll start playing around Terraform, right? So there are multiple commands are there that if you run the only Terraform command, Terraform, it will give you what all the commands are there actually. So if you just run Terraform, nothing. If you don't give any options, you'll see all the options are there. Okay, Terraform init, validate, plan, apply, destroy, right? Console, format, force unlock, a lot of things are there. Will not focus right away on everything. Okay, so there are few mandatory things are there. We'll focus there. Okay, so what we are going to do it, I will create a directory, a Terraform directory. Inside Terraform directory, I'm going to create, I'm going to do multiple things actually, basically. So I will start doing from very basics. Okay, then we'll show you how exactly it is growing, right? And in case of container itself, and remember everything will do via uh, uh, with help of Terraform. Okay, so let's create this directory
Where
and
do
jump in.
you, Raul, where do you create it? Where?
Right. Yeah, that's what. Actually, initially, Francis, I have covered it. So what we are going to do it, we are going to create the containers on my local machine.
Okay.
Okay, so local machine means when I'm saying local machine, this is my EC2 machine is running, right? Here itself, I'm running my containers. Okay, so on this machine only, I'm going to create container. Now, if I'm going to create container, there is a two-way, right? So either I can create container using Docker commands, right? Docker, all those Docker run, Docker pull, all those commands using that. Either I can do the same job using Terraform, right? So now what I'm going to do, what's the benefit doing Terraform? I told you, right? Terraform is an infrastructure as code. Okay, so it means that if I prepared my code one time, whenever I run that code, whenever I run the Terraform code, my entire container will be ready, right? I don't have to do doing one by one, creating containers, deleting containers, then images. I don't have to do all these things. Clear? Francis?
Yes.
Okay. So I'll keep preparing it as well, so you'll get some idea. Okay. So how I can brief you? Let me do one thing. Okay. So okay. So let's suppose this is called images, right? Remember, image is your very primary uh, thing, right? Over image, we are preparing some using these images, what I am going to do it, I will create a container. Okay, so image and then container, right? The rest of the things will keep creating. Let's start with this. Okay, so let's start with the image. The very first thing is image, right? Now, yeah, one more thing you have to remember, everything we are doing inside EC2. Okay, so baseline, I would say is AWS EC2. Now, one more thing you have to remember, that's fine. I'm giving this EC2, but you can, make it as your desktop, you can make it. You can make it as a physical system, right? You can make a simple VMware. Okay, anything can be utilized. Just remember this. Okay, so the very first thing that I'm going to do it, I will create some images. Okay, how it can be done. So let's go there in this directory. And remember, this directory just I'm just giving you one location. Anything can be utilized. Any places, you can create these things. But just I'm giving you so that everything will be done at one place actually. Sorry. So let's create this. Okay, and let's jump on there. Okay, nothing is there for now. Okay, so the very first thing that I'm going to do it, I will create a main.tf file actually.
Raul, but that wasn't your, where you execute the make dir minus p terraform / basics. Is in a machine you are entering through with SSH. It's not local machine.
Okay, yeah. So one thing you have to, this one actually,
Yeah.
basically, yep. So first thing you have to always log in your base machine actually, Francis. Okay, so you're saying that that one is not mentioned in the document, is it?
Well, in what I have seen, I might haven't seen it. That's what I'm asking. Let me see. Yeah.
Okay, so basically what you have to do it, so only 2 commands, right? It should work. If you, even though if you copy, where exactly you're saying that that's a space mentioned, Francis?
It's what you in your command. This make dir minus p terraform, that set up the environment. Where you make you say it's in the local machine, but then I see you in SSH executing it in a remote machine with an
I got it. Sorry, my terminology, there is a problem actually, Francis. So when I'm saying a local machine, it means that it's always a AWS actually, AWS EC2 machine, where we are doing all the works actually. I'm really sorry.
Okay, so you are installing Terraform in AWS.
EC2, that's correct. Yeah.
Okay.
So everything, if you remember, Francis, on day 1 I said, right, whatever we are going to do it, everything will be done in AWS EC2. Okay. And whenever I am referring local machine, so local machine, it is your AWS EC2 machine. Sorry, that's so I'll correct myself. It will be AWS EC2 actually, always.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so basically, if you see this machine, this is the same machine which is I am utilizing. I have used the same machine for Docker practice. Okay, then I have used the same machine for Git, and I'm using the same machine for this practice as well, Terraform practices. Okay, so what we did, we have utilized the same machine where the Docker is running. We have utilized the same machine, and we have configured there a Terraform actually, the same machine that day before yesterday. Actually, we have taken the same machine and configured the Terraform. Okay, and the same machine I'm going to use actually. So basically, if you just start and that's what I said, right? So if you, let's suppose you are already running that machine, fine. If you're not running this machine, what you can do, you have to use few additional commands, okay, where the Docker installation and etc. is doing. Okay, so are you doing with me? So I'll just keep it slow speed. So if you are doing with me, Francis?
Yes.
Okay, so if you're doing with me, I'll keep the speed bit low so that you can keep following me.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, that's fine. So hopefully you have followed till now, right?
Yes.
Any other question from anywhere? I can see Bonnie also got joined. Hey, Bonnie.
No, I'm okay. I'm not following, but I will try to catch up. Thank you.
Thanks, Sunil.
Yeah, I think I'm okay. I'm gonna need to watch this session from the beginning anyway, so I'm trying to hang, but I'll be watching it as soon as it posts tonight again.
That's fine. Thanks, Bonnie. Okay, so that's fine. We'll progress as it is. So the concept is AWS EC2, which I'm using here. Okay, I'll keep AWS EC2. Okay, so you have to log in. Then on AWS EC2, I'm trying to create the images, and then we'll create the containers. But remember, everything will do using Terraform. Okay, so I'll tell you where exactly the Terraform is being fit in. Okay, so let's follow along then. Okay, so very first thing is just create any directory. Okay, and just log in there. Just jump in there on that directory. Actually, basically I'm just trying to put everything, all the code at one place. Okay, so now for Terraform, one of the most important file is called main.tf. One of the most important file actually. Okay, main.tf. So we'll go through about main.tf, what exactly the main.tf is. Okay, and what exactly it is doing. Okay, so let's create this file. Okay, so how you are going to create? You have to create main.tf file. Just vim to that main.tf file and put this. Okay, .tf is an identification. .tf is an identification that it's a Terraform file actually. So Terraform will identify actually when I'll tell you when the way we were doing the git init, right? Same way if we do the Terraform init. So basically Terraform init will try to search if there is any .tf file there in your directory. Okay, so based on that TF file actually, Terraform will take the action. What exactly it has to do. So Terraform will automatically it will it will find it what TF file is there actually. So Terraform, if I'll run this command Terraform provider, Terraform plan and apply, they will all automatically read your contents from the main.tf. I don't have to specifically mention. So the main.tf is very important. So again, remember, these tools are infrastructure as code, means entire infrastructure you are trying to write it down in one particular file, right? So that file will be lift and shift. Okay, I'm writing a file. And I'm giving to you guys, right? So that file, think about how strong it is that the same file, same the code you run and your infrastructure will be ready, right? So that's why it's a very important tool actually these days. Okay, so let's try creating main.tf file. Okay, so I will say vi. Okay, so we are on the basics, right? So let's create vi main.tf file. Okay, now I will go through what exactly the file is. Right, this is the file. Okay, so basically few things about this file, that there are few basic things. Okay, these are the Terraform that you are telling to the Terraform what exactly you are going to do actually. Okay, so these are the codes which you'll get on the Terraform basically. Okay, and if I will tell you, so Terraform Docker image. I'm just showing you what exactly you can refer. Okay, yeah, this is the Terraform image actually, Terraform, Terraform image. Okay, so basically, when I'm creating a Terraform image, you have to tell to AWS, sorry, you have to tell to the Terraform which Docker image that you are looking for. So you can see here, I'm looking for Ubuntu in this example. And if you come here in my example, I'm trying to download a Docker image, which is called Ghost and Latest. So this is the Docker image that I'm going to download. Okay, these are some basics Docker providers are there. Basically, we have to, initially the very first thing, you have to provide the providers. But if you go on original, any of the environment, they will have a different files. But right now I don't want to complicate it actually. So I'm just keeping one single file where you can understand that I'm keeping provider means you have to tell Terraform who is a provider for you. Who is a provider means who is the supplier, from where you are going to get the resources actually. Okay, so it means that, okay, from Terraform I'm telling, okay, Docker is the provider. Docker means I'm going to create a Docker resource. Same way, if there is a AWS resource I'm going to create, so I will tell that the it's AWS resources, it's AWS resource that you have to AWS resource, and AWS provider will be there. Okay, so both the things we have to make, you have to keep an eye. Okay, so so basically if you see here, so simple thing, this is only a code here. These are the providers which is coming from a default provider will be there everywhere. These things we are not going to change. Main thing is this is something which is going to create actually. So basically I'm going to create a Ghost latest image. Okay, that I'm going to create right now. If you run the command Docker images, you see there is no image, right? So once I run this Terraform command, I should have a image here. Okay, so let's see. Okay, so very first thing, you have to run Terraform init command, same way the way git init you are running, so that git can start identifying your folder. Okay, now what happened? Let's suppose the main command is Terraform apply. So Terraform apply basically pick your TF file, .tf file, and create your resources. Okay, now let's see if I'm just running directly Terraform apply, what will happen? Okay, so it's giving you error, right? It's saying that you have to run Terraform init first, right? It means that you have to initiate this folder basically. Okay, if I run ls-l, only one folder, one file is there, which is we have just created, right? But we need another few files which should be there actually, which will be get created if we run Terraform init. So let's run Terraform init and see what happens. Terraform init. Okay. Sorry.
Raul,
Yep.
on the document I have, I don't see the provider. The provider information, the Terraform, that one, required providers. Is that,
This one is not there in your document.
no, I don't see it.
Oh my god, how is it possible? That's the same document I've opened it.
I can share my screen, so maybe I'm missing something.
Yeah, go ahead, please. Just give me a moment. What about others? Can you check your documents, please? I'm just seeing. Hopefully, that's not the older version because I have not
Which
updated
page?
this.
Sorry.
Do you see it?
Okay,
And
I
I
think that's
tried without
okay.
it, it's giving me this fail.
Right.
It's couldn't find
Okay,
the
okay.
providers.
What happened? Adil, basically, I think this is the document which might be they have shared, right? Institution have shared with you. Are you opening the same document which I have shared over email? Actually, that's the latest one. If you remember, I've sent an email, right, with all the documentation.
I did download all the docs.
Okay,
Day
let me do
5,
one thing. Let me
day
do
5 lab, right?
right.
Hands-on lab Terraform.
Right. Let me do one thing. Okay. I will upload on the AWS S3 right away. I think that's a, somehow that's the older version. If it is, how that's possible? That's the same version I've, shared with you guys on the over email. That's fine. Might be there is some issue. So what I'm going to do it, I will just upload the latest one, all the zip files there, so that you can, get it. Yeah.
Okay.
Just give me a moment. I'll do it right away so you can download it. And I'll share the over email as well, the link, so that I can understand what exactly the problem is there actually. Okay, so I think I have shared the GIF files. With GIF files have
My
the
document has 27 pages and yours seems to have 41.
yeah, I can understand. I know that where exactly the problem happened. Just give me a moment. Actually, these things are daily, things are changing, right? So you can see whenever I'm working, I'm keep updating it, right? So things are changing. So just give me a moment. Okay, that's fine. I'll share the other things. Otherwise, just if you allow me 2 minutes, I think I'll share you immediately so you can download it from the from AWS.
Thank you for doing that. I was gonna ask for that later. It's really helpful.
Yeah. So that I'll just show you again how you can share from the four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Okay. So what I'm going to do it, I will put everything in one file, one folder, and zip it again and upload on the portal. Okay, so that you will get it. Sit. Okay, there's the latest one. Let me zip it this one as well. Yeah, so 60 MB. Okay, let me upload it on the S3 and I'll give you full permission so you can download it immediately. Okay, this is the bucket which is public. I have created on that day, right? So let me upload it. Okay, and this is the document. Okay, almost 60 MB. Yeah. I don't know why it's upload bit slow. Okay, is it possible that I can share here as well on chat window? I'm not sure if I can attach something. Okay, so only from the drive or from the Google something I can share, right? Okay, fine. Let it complete. Okay. Meanwhile, we'll start it. Okay. So
Or you can just add the part that is missing so far.
yeah,
So we can just copy it and use and go from it.
that's a good idea actually.
So I'll be able to continue following.
Yep.
So how do I get it? Sorry.
I'm going to share you the link. Don't
Okay.
worry about it. So entire thing will get you will get updated. Okay. Let me just share the email. Okay, that's going to take time. Let it. Okay, so I will just upload for today's one, which is quick. And we are on the day 5, right? It should be quick, I believe. Yeah, just 3 MB. Yep. Okay, let me give the full permission. I'll share you the full as well. Okay, so that you can just download it. Right now, I'm going to make it public. So, okay, so let me give you the link. Okay, give a try to download it. See if you are able to do so. Is it good? Anyone? Hopefully you are able to hear me, right?
Yeah, I'm able to hear you.
Okay.
Yeah,
Can you
sorry,
just give
I couldn't find the chat window.
Okay, that's fine. That's I think I've shared with everyone. So you'll be in the you'll see in the chat window. Just if you can give a try and you're able to access, then what I'll do, I'll parallelly just put upload. So it will be done in the next half an hour. So anyway, for today's it's more than enough, and I'll upload the latest one.
Yeah, it says day 5 zip. It's 3.8 megs.
Yep. You got it right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I got it.
I have it here. Yeah. It looks like it. Yeah, decompresses right too.
Yeah, that's fine then. Yeah.
Great.
But mine has 23 pages only. Let me check again.
You got the latest one. So how many pages I have? Yeah, 29 pages. Should be 29 actually. It's got updated with
I'm
yesterday.
good. I'm good. Thank you.
Yeah, it looks like I got the latest one. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. Rest of the things I'll upload, and I'll give you the link so that you can download everything and just replace whatever you have, replace everything at one go. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So what we are going to do it, we'll create this main.tf file where the this provider is needed, right? So as I said, why provider is needed? Provider will tell you actually that who is the supplier, what exactly the resource you are going to create actually. Okay. So now I told you, right? If I run the Terraform init, there will be some file will be get created that will tell you that the exactly what provider is going to come. Okay. And now again, how that provider is being identified? Provider is being identified by your file actually. Okay. In file, you are telling that this is the provider, right? So if I'll run Terraform init. Okay, it's got initialized. Now if I run ls-al command again, I will see some .terraform file is there, right? So if I'll go there, providers, right? And in providers, there is a registry. Okay. And okay, Docker is there, right? So basically what exactly things are coming, this one is just telling you what resources are there actually, that resources, that what exactly resource you are going to create, that one is coming from here. So all these binaries are there. You don't have to worry about it, what providers are there. That's something that the maker will take care. Okay. So you just have to be on your on your folder, simple. Where we are, one more time, go back. Basics, huh? Okay. Let's happen here. Okay. So this is the place, right? So remember, if those things you just have to for visually, just to visualize you, I've done it. Now what I'm going to do it, I have done Terraform initiated. Terraform initiation have been done. Okay. Now my directory is working as a Terraform directory, right? So there are few commands are there. As I said, if I run only Terraform, I'm not running anything, right? There are few commands are there that I'm going to run, and I'll tell you what the commands is doing. Okay. So very first thing is Terraform validate, right? What exactly the Terraform validate will do? There it is. Yep, validate. Okay. So check whether the configuration is valid, right? When I'm creating a file, whether the file is good or not, because it's all about coding, right? In coding, if you done some bracket, you have you forget to close, some comma, some anything. If you miss something, right, it will give you error if the file is not correct. So that's a Terraform validate. That's not a mandatory one, even though. Okay. The main important file is Terraform plan and apply. And providers is just to see what exactly the providers are there. So now either you can run the Terraform providers command to show you providers, either you can go in that directory which I've just shown you, right? In this directory, if you go here inside the providers, you'll see what is the provider section. But Terraform plan and apply, that's the two things is very important. So let me run Terraform validate first. Form validate. Okay, so success, the configuration is valid, right? So now what we are going to do it, I will run Terraform. You can run the Terraform validate, sorry, Terraform providers, even though if you're not running, doesn't matter. Okay, so you can see it's a Docker and version also it is showing, right? I'm not worried about it. So because I know that I'm going to use the Docker itself, right? So what I'm going to do it, I will run command Terraform plan. That's very important command actually. Okay, what Terraform plan will tell you? Terraform plan will tell you that what exactly you're going to do. Okay, so Terraform will always hint you if we are going to do some mistakes, right? So it will always hint you. So you have to be very careful while running Terraform, because Terraform is a Terraform plan will not do anything, but it will tell you if you're going to do some mistakes. Let's suppose uh, in file, right? I have added something. In file, I have added something which I am not supposed to do. First thing first, if there is a problem with configuration, obviously it will give you error. But if there is no problem, and sometime it will push it, right? So you'll be in trouble. So always have a habit, run a Terraform plan first, see what exactly you're going to do it, and then actually apply. Right now, you can see here, it will in a bold letters, it will tell you what exactly you're going to create actually. So it is saying Docker image is going to be created, right? So, what image it will be, the name is Ghost, and that will be the latest, right? What is the latest and ID that will be, known after apply. Once you apply it, because ID is something will be get created, right? It's not something that you can decide immediately. That's Docker will decide, right? What is the image ID need to be provided. Okay. So now we'll run that Docker images. If you run still, there is no images, right? Now it is saying go for Terraform apply. Run Terraform apply, Terraform plan and apply. If you see, it's all about main.tf, Terraform plan, and Terraform apply. Just 3 commands, nothing else. It's all about these 3 commands, and Terraform will be running. So let me run it. Okay, so it will ask you whether are you good. I will say yes. It's creating something. Let's wait for it. Okay, so you can see here apply got completed, and it's saying resource 1 added, right? That's very important. It means that the resource, remember, only one resource we were intended to create, that got created, right? So we got our image running now. Okay, now if I run the Docker images again, sorry, images, I have my Docker image, right? So you can see here the ghost and the latest. That's what image got created. Okay, it was a bit big image, that's why it took some time. Okay, so that's how you can play around. Now let's suppose I want to do one more resource. Okay, and I will say Alpine. This will not be in your document. I'll come on the document again. I just want to show you a few more things section. Okay. So if I run the command Terraform validate whether okay, sorry. So resource name we have typed in already. So you can see here, right? it will give you always error. If you're doing some mistake, it will give you always error. So what you can do, I am going to update it I_2. Okay, now run the Terraform validate. Yeah, we are good. So basically what happened, what I'm going to do it. Okay, if you see this file, so I told you, right, why we are using the Terraform. So Terraform can automate my work, right? So I don't want to create one by one. Okay, I need two images. Right? One is I need ghost image, and another image I need alpine. I need both the images to be created at one go, right? So simple. I'll create Terraform plan. I'll create a main.tf file and I'll run it. Okay, and wherever I run it, my system, my images will be get created, right? Unnecessary, I don't have to take that pressure that I have to do one by one, go ahead. Even though you must be thinking, okay, creating image is very soft work, right? Very small work. Why the hell we need all these automation, right? But this automation will help you if there is a very complex environment where you need 150 of containers, 50 of images. Then you will scratch your head that, oh my god, how I can manage, how these many instances are there, how I'll manage everything, right? So for that purpose, actually, this one is good. Okay, so we have just started it. We'll do it more complex work as well. Okay, I'll show you. I'll keep doing it. Okay, so let's try doing it. Okay, so now my validate is fine. What I'm going to do it, I will run Terraform plan. Okay, now you can see here. So Docker image or ID_2 will be get created. And what it is going to do it will create a alpine image, right? Now you will be thinking why the first one is not showing, right? The reason behind it, you can see here that the first image ID, which I have given the name, right? Image ID is already there. Okay, so that one is not going to create. So it will just refresh it. It is saying that the refreshing, right? It means it will just refresh. It will just create the second one. Okay, so let's run Terraform. Apply. Okay, yes. Okay, so remember alpine image is very small image, right? So immediately it get created. So if I'll run command Docker images, I will see that my alpine image is also ready, right? So this is the way actually how you can play around your file. Got it? Any question here? Okay, that's fine. Now what we are going to do it, if let's suppose I want to destroy everything. Okay, remember all the images and everything, all the containers. I told you, right? 50 images, 50 containers. If you have to play around everything, right? So now creating and deleting and everything is going to take too much time and too much hectic work is there, right? So Terraform apply is the simple command to create everything, and Terraform destroy is the simple command to delete everything. Now I'll show you. If I run Terraform destroy, what exactly it is going to do it? It will destroy two of the images, right? One image, which is the ghost image, that will be get destroyed, and another image is the alpine. Okay, that one getting destroyed. Okay, say yes. Docker images, right? All gone. Now you can see here, I am in a comfortable position. Okay, I know my code all tested and everything. I'll just say Terraform apply. So, right, I'll say yes. My both the images will be get created. Okay, and I'll simply, once it is done, if I want to delete them, simply I'll just run Terraform destroy. So one go, it's just so swift. It will make your life very easy. One time, at the time of writing code, obviously there will be some challenges, but once you come out from that challenge, it will be very easy for you. Okay, so both got added. If I'll run command docker images, I have both the right. So simply docker terraform destroy. Say yes. All done. Right? It's so easy. Terraform apply, terraform destroy. So this is the simplest way actually how you can utilize Terraform. Okay, any question here before we move on? Okay, so let's jump on the second one, which is now what we are going to do it, we will create a container on based on our image, right? That's what we are going to do it. Okay, I think before that, before we start it, let's have a break, the first break, and come back, and then we'll start doing it. I'll show you a few other very interesting things here which you can do via Terraform. Okay, so just hang around it, just hang with me. Okay, so come back in 8-9 minutes and we'll start. Okay.
Okay.
I'm back. Let me know once you guys back, then we'll start. Okay, so that's fine. We'll start. Okay, so one thing that okay, so basically we have created containers, right? We have created container. Now we are going to create sorry, we have created the images. Now we are going to create a containers, right? Remember what is the concept, right? So concept is behind that we will create some images. Based on images, we'll create the containers, right? That's how it works actually. Sorry. Okay, so I will create some containers. Okay, so I'm going to create some container from this images. Okay, let's do it. And remember, we are going to do it with Terraform. So Terraform basics, we are on the same directory, right? What I'm going to do it, I will Terraform apply so that images will be ready. And then I'll update the main.tf file. Okay, so some extra things I'm going to create, some extra thing I'm going to do it. Okay, so let's try doing it. Okay, remember we are here itself. Okay, so our main.tf, how our main.tf looks like. Main.tf file, similar way, right? So one image, two image, the additional image. Remember, this one will not be in your document. I have just added it. This one will be only in your document. Okay, I have just added it so that you will feel, right? So if it is a multiple images, how exactly we are working, right? So now, anyway, I'll once this entire thing is get completed, I will share this this code as well with you, so that if you want to tweak a bit, if you want to add, let's suppose, how you can practice, right? You can add multiple images there. Okay, see how exactly works. If you want to create some container, see how exactly works. If you want to do some tweaks inside your container, right? All these things. So let's Terraform apply so that both the images will be come down. Because right now, if you do Docker images, I think images will not be there, right? So what I'm going to do it, I'll run Terraform apply so that my both the images will be get ready. Okay, so both the resources is ready, both the images got created now. Okay, I'll see I have 2 images, right? Now let's try working some more thing on our code, right? So let me just add some comments here. This one is not necessary. Don't worry about it. This one is just additional comment I'm putting it so that you'll be download the second latest Alpine image. Okay, this one is not needed for you. Okay, now what extra I'm going to do it. If you see the code, right, what code is saying. Okay, after ghost images, I'm saying for container, right? So for container, I'm putting, remember, if you see the code, okay, if you see the code, everything is same, which is running, we are running the same thing. Using this code itself, I have created a image, right? Now using the same image, I'm going to create a container. Got it? Okay, so let's try doing it. So I don't have to, either you can do one thing, either remove everything from your main.tf file and put copy this entire code, or just copy this last code. That's it. Okay, so I will add only that last line where I'm creating a container. Okay, now let's suppose I want to add, okay, let's run it first. Okay, then see what happened, and then we'll show you that the additional container need to be created, how that can be done actually. Okay, so let's run commands, similar commands, Terraform validate. Okay, so your code is perfectly fine. Let's run Terraform plan. Okay, so what we are going to add, you can see addition, right? Create. What we are going to create, we are going to create a container. Okay, rest of, think about 2 images are there that we are not going to do it, anything that's saying only refreshing, right? It's just refreshing that one. So it's already created, they're just refreshing it. Okay, so we will create a Docker container. That's only container we are going to create. Now, how we will be creating, what images that we are going to use. So we'll use a ghost image actually. Okay, where exactly it is? Yep, here it is. Your image ID. Yeah. So using your image, it will be get created. Now, how you can identify that's a ghost image itself? Here you go. Right from here, C964. This is the same image we are talking about. Okay, so let's run Terraform apply now. Okay, so yes, got created. Okay, so now if you run the command Docker images, sorry. Okay, so 2 images there. And what about Docker container? Okay, so one of my container also got created, right? Okay, and if you, let's suppose you are worried about what exactly that ghost image, right? I'm talking about most of the time. I always say, right, hub.docker.com is your source of truth. Okay, go there, always search about any image, whatever image is available, search about it, it will give you the information what exactly that image is. Okay, Ghost is a free and open source blogging platform written in JavaScript. Okay, Ghost is a free and open source blogging platform written in a JavaScript. Okay, so this is something that you know, It's a blogging platform actually. So anyway, we don't worry about it, what exactly it is. For us, it's just I'm showing you the what exactly the image is, how you can using that image, how you can create your container and these things, right? So okay, so container got created, right? So yeah, container is created. Console out, put the IP, Terraform and Docker. Okay, now let's suppose I have to create another container. Sorry, I'm on the same page where I was earlier. Okay, now if you see here, if I, let's suppose I'll go for main.tf file. Okay, this one is additional. Remember, I have to, let's suppose I have to create another container, because remember we have a one image, right? We have one image, and using this image, let's suppose I want to create the first image I have utilized. Okay, I have created one container. Now let's suppose I want to create another container using another image, the second image, right? What I have to do it. So I will add this entire chunk of code again. Let's try it out. Okay, so I will say start the second container, right? Now resource name, Docker container, you have to give some container name, which will be container ID 2, okay, and Docker image, and I have to give it Docker image underscore 2. Remember, what is the image that I have to use, right? This is my image, right? Same image, the information I have to pass it here, okay, and ports I don't need. I think that's a image. If you give, that's more than enough. Okay, that's 2, I think is fine. That's it. Okay, so let's run validate. We'll see if it is correct. I'll brief you again. Here you go. I'm correct. Yeah. So if I'll tell you what exactly I've done. So till now I brief you again. Brief I already. Now this one I have added, right? So I'm just telling you. Okay. So because remember in my code I have two ghost images. Two images. One is the ghost image. Another one is the image ID 2, right? Another one is the alpine image. Okay, so using this alpine image, so first one we have utilized Docker image, the first one we have utilized, and we have created container. What about the second one? Using second one, I'm creating a container, right? So for container creation, I have to put this, so this kind of command. Okay, resource, Docker container ID 2, right? All these information we have to provide. So nothing, it's a, now again, from where you can get this information, here you can get, right? So this is for the Docker image. Okay, and if I say Docker container, this is the code, the default code you'll get from here. So if I have to say, I have to create container, what information I have to get, information I have to provide, that's it. Docker container, Ubuntu, what is the image? That's it. Right? So simple. There are a lot of things that you can do actually, but even though if you're not putting it, doesn't matter. You can see here some name, actually one more thing. So you have to change the name as well. Otherwise, later point of time, it will create an issue. So what I'll do, main.tf and ghost block. Remember this name itself, right? So this one is not ghost blog. This one is Alpine, right? So remember, it's a base, right? Anything that you can put. So I'll give name as Alpine base. Something you can put your name as well, doesn't matter. Only this one is important. Okay, so only which is important is you have to provide proper image. You have to provide proper image. That's the important thing. Okay, so name can be anything. If you really want to show, I can show you. I can give some my name as. Okay, let's run Terraform validate one more time. All good. What Terraform plan is saying, what we are going to create. Only one resource, remember, because two images you already have, that is going to be refreshed, right? One container is already running, that is going to just refresh, nothing is going to happen. Okay, one resource it is going to create it, which will be container ID 2. Okay, and what is the image? That's the image it is going to pick, right? This is the image which is Alpine image. That's the second image. Okay, you can identify from here E66. Okay, what is the name that it is going to take? It's Rahul. Yeah, so that's how it works. Okay, so let's run Terraform apply. Say yes. Oops, some error. Container exited immediately with the Docker container ID. Okay, why it got that's main.tf line number 32. Okay, now we can verify what exactly happened. Is there something in the code, or maybe the container? It's a container property itself for the Alpine, so that it is coming out. So we'll try to create from outside as well. We'll see whether it is creating or it is just coming out. So we can verify, right? So let's, but just verify your code as well, because it's saying, right, line number 32, which have some problems. So let's see. One more thing, how you can set up so that you can see the numbers, line number 32. Either open this one in some notepad or somewhere where you can exactly see. Otherwise, there is another way, is do the colon and say set nu, set numbers. Okay, so it will just give you the number. So it's saying line number 22. This one have some problem, right? It's saying container ID 2 looks to be correct. Okay, so let's see what happened. Why it got okay. So we have our Docker images. Alpine image is already there, right? Let's run from the outside. So Docker run -it d. Okay, and I will say Alpine latest. Okay. So I'll say Docker run -it d. Yep. So Docker. Yes, container is running. That's fine. Should be, there shouldn't be any problem. Let's stop it. Docker stop. This is one, right? Our Alpine one. We'll see what is happening. Okay, so fine. We'll see our what is wrong with our code. So container ID is fine. That's the second one. Docker container, and it is getting from the image ID too, right? That's the same. Hopefully that's not having any issues. Image ID underscore 2, that's fine. And Alpine latest, yes, fine. Okay, let's try creating it one more time. We'll see what is the error, why it's coming. So Docker, okay, Terraform apply, right? Container ID 2 is going to be created. We'll say yes. Okay, container exited immediately. What is happening? So Mr. Google, we need to ask him. Okay, what wrongs? So let's see. Alpine, right? So there is something that we need to add it, I believe so. Let's say image. Okay, what exactly it is? Bin bash, right? I was also thinking somehow we have to attach a we'll see how exactly it is attaching. Okay, I think that's a solution. We might have to tell that Attach is the attach equal to true. That's one I think we have to play around it. Let's see how exactly it works. Okay, basically what is happening when you create your container, right? By default, a container will just hold on. Let me just try. Okay, what about now? I'll say yes. Okay, good. I'll say true. Executed immediately, right? Basically, the timing is not matching. We have to work around it. How we can match the timing? I'll tell you what exactly happening. Still not done. Okay. So what a solution is there? Okay, that's fine. I'll not go through in detail for now. Okay, I'll search the solution actually. Okay, that basically there is a, I know that the why it's got failing. I just need to get the solution. Okay, basically what is happening, your main.tf file, right? So basically when I'm going to create this container, right, the Alpine image container, okay, so Alpine basically need search for a default default page, actually default, where it should directly logged in, right? When I'm running here docker run it Alpine, right? So by default it is coming on /bin/bash, right? Now in case of Terraform, when I'm running from the Terraform, it is not getting that by default bash actually. Okay, that's why it is starting and shutting down immediately. Okay, now we have to find it that solution. There is something is there actually, uh, some attach or something. That solution is there that we need to find it. Let me know if you guys, anyone can find it. Just let me know. Okay, otherwise I'll also search it later. Okay, but because it's just additional thing I'm just showing you, so that's the reason actually it's a failing. So you should understand what exactly is the reason. Now somehow you have to find the solution that it should detach your the from your uh, uh, from your login action. It should detach from your cell. Okay, then it will start working. So I don't want to spend too much time there. That's why I'm not focusing there. Okay, so that's fine. Okay, this is the way, actually this is the way you can play around multiple images, multiple containers that you can always add there. Okay, main.tf file. If I'll show you again, here you go. Right. So I'll just remove this container for now. Yeah. So I have the same thing, two of my images, right, and one container. That's original code. Okay. Let me know if anyone have any question. Okay, that's fine. So I've just shown you how you can create your container. One container is already running. This is the ghost one, right? Docker PS or Docker container ls if you run. This is the container is already running, right? Now just run Terraform destroy, so everything will be get destroyed. So now see, all your images, all your containers, everything will be get destroyed in one go. I have my code ready. Yeah, that's fine. There is a reference image actually that is being used in some different place because that container was not successful, right? That's the reason actually it is showing you. So that's fine. Okay. So but this is the way actually how you can do that. Your images, your containers, everything you can control at one place. You don't have to go, you don't have to do one by one. Okay, you just have to walk first time. You just have to walk first time and make sure you just have to walk first time and make sure that the you have updated properly. You have updated your code properly. Okay, now few more commands we will explore. So till now we have seen Terraform validate, right? Terraform plan, Terraform apply, right? If we just run Terraform, so these are the main commands are there. Terraform init, valid, plan, apply, and destroy. I think all five we have utilized, right? Mostly these are the commands that mostly we are using. Okay, so those things now 4, 5 we have already utilized these commands, right? We'll work on some other commands as well. I'll not go through entire everything, but I'll just show you a few other commands as well, how they work actually. Okay, so like providers, I have already shown you Terraform. If you run providers, okay, so this will just show you. Then few others command which you can do the practice is just apply the again so that few other things can be shown. Just apply so that your environment is ready. Yeah, so two of the resources got created, right? So let's see how it works. Okay, so we'll see this command. So Terraform show, right? So let's run what exactly Terraform show will tell you. Show. Okay, so basically Terraform show will tell you what all the resources that you are creating actually. Okay, so you can see here container ID, right? What that now one more good thing, right? You sometime it happened that the in a Docker there is a Docker inspect command, right? If you run the Docker inspect command, basically Docker will go back in and check everything, right? But Docker will go in a backend and search everything and give you what IP address and etc. being utilized for that container, right? Now, Terraform show, if you run the command Terraform show, Terraform will also give you the similar kind of information. Whatever is needed for Terraform, that all the information will be shared with you. Okay, you can see here I'm just running the Terraform show. It is telling me what Docker container says, right? And what container is, what it is doing, what IP address it is there, right? What is the name? Okay, all the information is there. Right? All the information about, then there is a images. Okay, after container there is a images. So for images as well, you will have the most of the information. What is the ID name and etc. Those all the information you'll be having here. Okay, so this is the way actually Terraform show will work. Okay, same way if you run Terraform console. So all our Terraform commands, Terraform console. Here you can run. I can get the detail about containers, container ID name, right? Same way if I need IP address. So sometimes it is being used for redirection purpose actually. So if I want to redirect something, this is the way actually how we can redirect. Sorry, Terraform destroy will not work from here. So you have to come from console and then run the Terraform destroy. Okay, so this is the commands works. I'm just giving you one idea. There can be a lot of different ways to do it. Lot of different commands as well to explore. So I'm not doing everything. So just do exploration. So I'm just giving you few details, few things how you can explore it. Okay, then one more thing is, if I want to redirect some output, right? Let's suppose I want to do that. I want to create my container. Same time, I need to print out the IP address as well, right? How I can do that? Okay, for that purpose, I have to write a simple code in your the same file, main.tf file. Okay, so I'll just show you what we are going to do it. Okay, let's clear out everything. Go in main.tf file again. Okay, let's come in end. Sorry. Okay, so till now you know already, right? This is image, right? This is the container that we are going to create. Okay, now we are going to add few more detail which will just print details. Now you can see here only these lines till external port 80 that we have already configured. I'm going to add only these lines there. Okay, I'll tell you what exactly these. Now again, either you can print everything, either you can just copy entire command and paste it again, just remove from everything from there. Either just paste this last line, 2 blocks there. Okay, so we'll see. Okay, I'll just show you what these blocks are saying. Let me just save it. Okay, I'll do main.tf file. Okay, now you can see here I've just added these few lines there. Okay, so what exactly it is? You can see here output IP address. Okay, output IP address of the container. Okay, output the name of container. Okay, so basically what I'm saying, just read the container ID. Okay, and print the IP address. Simple. there is a, basically it is trying to ping from the same command, Terraform show, right? So from there it is referencing actually. So the container detail, out of container detail, I'm just printing IP address. Same way here I'm going to print ID name, container ID name actually. Okay. So I will run Terraform apply again. Terraform apply anyway. Oh, Terraform applies fine. Okay, so remember, I'm not going to add anything. Something is going to change in the output, right? These two details are going to be come. So let's see what. Okay, so now you can see here the container name and IP address, right? Both got printed. Container name and IP address both got printed here. Okay, so this is how exactly it works. Okay, so if you run the command, yeah, that's the same way. Okay, so you can just print it. So that's a simple actually. These all things, remember, all things I'm getting from the all the code. You don't have to worry about it. That all the code you have to write it. No, everything the Terraform is providing, you just have to understand and tweak a bit as per your requirement. Okay, I'll say Terraform destroy. Say yes. Okay, so everything got destroyed. Remember that Docker image is still having some problem because there is a container running. So if you want to clean me that one as well, I can do one thing. Okay, I can just delete the container. Remember, I told you right on that day that if there is an image creating problem, then there is a container actually which is using. So you have to delete that image first. Sorry, you have to delete that that container first. So what I'm going to do is Docker RM. Okay, now if I run destroy, hopefully that should be good. Still. Six. Okay, multiple containers are there. That's the reason. So Docker RM. Actually, we have remember we have created 2 or 3 times, right? That's the reason. Just run the command docker ps-a. It will show you if there is anything else. Okay, now I think it's clean. Now if I run the docker destroy, Terraform destroy, it should be good. Yep, it's all clean now. Okay. So this is the way actually how you can play around it. Okay. Any question before I move on the lab 6, which is the very important one? Good. Okay. So fine. So what we are going to move it now, that's a lab 6 I'm going to move in. Okay. Now remember, I told you that when we were studying about the Docker networks, right? So I told you that what we have done in the Docker network practice. let's just go a bit behind. And where is the Docker network? I think this is the one, right? Okay, so remember on that day when we were working, so I told you, right, that there is a user, right, public network, private network. Okay, two network we need to create, and there is a web container which is Google. So if any user is trying to connect this Google, okay, they just need a public network, right? But whenever there is a web application, any web application, that could be Google or something, the back end of that web application will be always something something a database, right? And that database will be connected with a private network, right? So what all the things you need a private network to be attached here, okay, on this machine. And this web application, web container one, we need a private network, as well as it need a public network as well, right? Both network it need, and then it need the, at the same time it need the web application that will need a public network as well as a private network, and your database will need just a private network, nothing else. Okay, so we are going to do the same practice. Now remember, on that day we have run a lot of commands, right? A lot of things we did, creation of network, then we have created two containers we have created, right? And then what else we have created? Two network, two images, two containers, and then one network will be attached to one container, and two network will be attached to the two containers. That all the things will be needed. Correct? Okay. Now, if I'll say here, Docker network lab, right? For this one, what all the things are needed? Let's try adding it. Okay, we need two container, right, of application as well as the database container. Okay, so for these things we need two images as well, right? Two image and two container. Two image and two container for application, web app, and DB each, right? That's one thing we need. Then we need two network. One is the public network, public Docker network. Another one we need a private Docker network. Okay, right? That's thing. Now we have to attach this public network to attach public Docker network to web app, right? Then same way, remember this web app need both the network, right? We have to attach the private network as well. Okay, and then this attach this private Docker network to DB container as well. To DB container. Okay, and here also it's a container. So these all the steps are needed. Anyone have any doubt here? I'm just doing a pre-walk so that, you know, it should be good what exactly we are doing. And, you know, any doubt here?
No.
Okay, fine. So in the same way, now again, if you have any doubt, just keep an eye on this picture actually. Okay, then you'll be in a good situation, right? So now what we are going to do, same thing we did in the Docker practice when we were doing the Docker lab, right? Now we are going to do the similar thing using Terraform. So that lot of, you know, hell lot of, you know, number of commands were there that we have utilized on that day, right? Same commands, what we are going to do it, we will be, same commands we will be running, same commands we will be running via, you know, Terraform, okay? So let's see how it works. Okay, so let's come on the lab 6. Okay, now let's create another a different directory. I don't want to be in the same directory. I will just create another different directory. Okay, and jump in there so that it will be fresh section, nothing else. Okay, nothing is there. Now remember, when you are going to do it first time, you need these files as well. At the same time, you need a Terraform init also to be running, right? So let's create this basic files, variable, image, network.tf. Now what we are going to do it, I told you that in the last one we have created one file and everything we were putting there, right? So image, containers, right? All those information we were keeping it one place. Now we are going to do it bit separate. Okay, we'll create a different files. This is the complicated way actually. Okay, this is the way actually how the industry works. If you go in the industry, they are working in the same way. Okay, you will see there is a lot of you know, this kind of information will be there. A lot of, you know, complication will be there. Okay, so we'll see how exactly it works. Okay, so what I have done, I have just created 4 plain file. Nothing is there for now. .tf file is there. It means it's a Terraform file, right? Now we are going to fill one by one. I'll tell you what exactly those contents are also. So the very first one, variable. Okay, let's put the details there. Just copy entire thing and paste it there. So VI variable, right? I'll just paste it. Now what all the details are there? Okay, so there is some variable I'm setting it up. I'm saying root password. Okay, one more thing is the password, and generally password, sharing the password in a file is not good idea actually. So generally people are calling in some different way, but that's fine. We can call. Okay, here. So basically, whenever there is anything that you want to call it on the multiple places, let's suppose you know the password, username, all those things, right? Name, something. So what you will be doing, you will create a variable file. You know how variable works, right? Variable works in a if you go in a coding, right? How variable works. Variable can be called at multiple places, right? In a script. Same way we are going to use the variable in the Terraform. Okay, we will see how we can, you know, how we can utilize the variable. Okay, this is the way how you can set up the variable. So variable, okay, whatever the name you are saying, and then variable value. Okay, So description is nothing but the detail, and this is the default value which we are calling. Okay, we'll see. Whenever you have to call this. I'll show you how exactly you can call the variable in the Terraform file. Okay, but if you want to set up a variable, this is the way actually how you can set up. So let's save it out. Okay, next one is image. So image, I think it's good. You must be aware there is a two image that we are going to create, right? Now keep an eye what all the things we are going to create. We have to create two image and two containers, right? So I'm going to create an image.tf file where I'll put two image details. Okay, so Docker image is Ghost image is the first one, and then MySQL image is the second one. Remember, the first one, Ghost image, is for web app, and then second one is the Ghost MySQL image for your database, right? So if I'll keep noting it here, 1.1 is Ghost image equal to your web app, okay, and then 1.2 is MySQL image for DB. Yeah, this is the way. Okay, at the same time, if you change it name 1.3 and 1.4, so if I'll say container, right, this one is for the web app, and this one will be MySQL container for the DB, right? So these are the four resources, two image and two container. These are the four resources that we are going to create. Okay, so images, fine. Variable is the common, right? Variable will be called multiple places. So we have updated our images, we have updated our variable. Now is network. Now remember how many network we are going to create? We need two network, public network and private network. So let's see. Okay, now we are going to create two different network. One is the public bridge network, another one is the private bridge network. Okay, what are the names are going to be? One is the public ghost network. Okay, equal to public ghost network that we are going to create. What about the private bridge network? That's called Ghost MySQL. So now again, you can change this one, very well change, and give whatever name you want. Okay, so I'll show you how exactly you can call it actually. Okay, if you say internal equal to true, it means that's the internal network, that's a private network actually. Okay, so variable got updated, image got updated, network got updated, right? Network, very straightforward. You just need two network, right? Now coming the main one. Okay, let me just keep it in this way. To image. Okay, so it will be now how exactly it is defined. So first is the image.tf. Okay, where we have these things. Then we have our network.tf, where we have our network information. And then we have our main.tf. Okay. So here what we are going to create, two containers. Okay. So these all things will be coming. So in main.tf file, these are the details are going to be. Okay. In network.tf file, these are the details are going to be. Okay. These are the network, two network we are going to create. Third file was main.tf file, right? So in main.tf file, actually, okay, one, I'll say two, I'll say three. Okay, same way, one, two network got created. In main.tf file, we'll create two container first. And what container name is going to be? These are the container names, right? Ghost container will be web app, and the MySQL container will be DB, right? And main.tf file will also have few other things. It will attach the public, Docker network to the web app, attach the private, and all these things also it is going to do. So let's see. We have seen three files, variable bull.tf, defining variables. Okay, so this one is done. So now variable we understood, image we understood, right? Network we understood. Now we are going to understood the main.tf file. Let's see how the main.tf looks like. Okay, it's a bit complicated. Yeah, don't worry about it. I'll brief you. Okay, vi main.tf. I'll say insert. Okay, that's a big one. Let's go from top and see what exactly it is. The very first section is providers. Nothing. You don't have to worry about it, right? All these information are already there. Now what we are going to call, we are going to create some containers. You can see the first thing first is the container details, right? What container we are going to call. Okay. So these containers we are going to create, and the image information. You remember the ghost image. There is a two image that we are going to create actually. So Docker container, that's calling as a ghost image. You can see here, right? That's the first container. Okay. Then what this container will attach. Now remember your ghost this container, right? This is the public container. This is the web app application, right? This web app container should have both the network. So you can see here, I'm calling public and private, both the network I'm attaching to it. Now, if I'll go further, this is the my MySQL container. Yeah. And if I'll go here, I'm just attaching one network, which is the private one. Got it? And there is some other information like root password and etc. also being called. Remember, everything is being called from that variable file actually. Okay. And how you can call them? You can call them with the var. Var dot means what is the variable actually that you have defined. From there, actually, the information is coming here. Okay. So our job as per this till now is done. We are going to try creating, we'll see how exactly it works. But till now it looks like it's a fine, fair deal, right? So web application, it need two networks, public, private, okay? And then MySQL is there. MySQL just need one network, private, right? Okay. So that's all four files are done. Now remember, we need a Terraform init, the very first thing, let's do that. Okay, initialize, good. Now we'll run Terraform validate, the very first thing, right? It will just go and check all the files if there is any problem. Looks good. Then run Terraform plan first, right? Before applying. See what exactly it is going to happen. So it is going to add 6 resources. How is it going to happen? 6 resources. Okay, so 2 images, right? 2 network, 4, and 2 containers, 6. This is all going to happen, right? This attach and everything, these are not the resources. So only 6 resources are there. 2 image, 2 containers, and 2 networks. Anyone disagree with me? If you disagree, then I'll not run Terraform apply. Okay. So looks like you're agreeing to me, then I'll run Terraform apply. Okay, I'll say yes. A lot of things are being created. Yes, 6 got added, right? So now if I run Docker container ls, is it true? Oh, it's possible. This would be 2 containers should be running, right? Okay, that's fine. That's all fine image, right? Similar thing that just created and shut down. Basically, it will be up if it is being utilized, right? So fine, that's a natural behavior. Okay. Now, if you want to verify, right? If you want to verify whether our network got attached or not, so you can run this command, Docker inspect command, basically that will tell you what all the network have been attached. You can see here. So give me a moment. So if you run command Docker network ls, it will show you what all the networks you have, right? So these are the 2 networks we have created. This is the public, this is the private network, right? As per this practice. Okay. So if I run the same command to verify whether, so this is my database, right? So database should be having this IP address, right? Where exactly it is. This is the private one, 161, right? 168, sorry. That's one which is got attached to your your database. Now if I'll go for the private, go for the our blogging. Okay, this one should have 2 networks. One is the 168, which is the same, right? Ghost one. Then another we have B0, which is the public one. So private and public both got assigned. Job done. Yeah, that was we were expecting. Okay, any questions before I destroy? So I'll just destroy, everything will be get destroyed. So if you put this way command auto approve, so it will not ask you the, everything will be get destroyed. So remember, only 5 get destroyed because 1 is already in a shutdown state, right? Okay, another one is the same way we can do it for the volume. Okay, so the volume I'm not going to do it. Okay, so you can do the same way, the way I've shown you, same way, the similar way, the volume we have attached there, right? So this is the same one where we can attach the volume as. So I'll not do it, that I'll leave to you so that you can do that, and come back if you have any issues. Okay, we'll focus on the EC2 instance deployment. That's an important one actually. So we'll see how exactly. Okay, now we will try to create some instances inside AWS. AWS. Okay, so we'll see how exactly it works, how we can control it. All these things we are going to learn it. Okay, so before we start, I think we are good to go for one break. It's almost more than 1 hour. Okay, so let's have a quick break, come back, and then we'll try creating our instances and some other, we can play around it, some other things as well. I'll show you. Okay.
Okay.
Yep. Hey guys, I'm back. Let me know once you're ready.
Hey Rahul, I'm there.
Okay. Thank you. So let's try starting it. Okay. Now, one very important thing that we are going to do it is we are going to create some instances inside AWS. Okay. So we'll show you how exactly we can create, how exactly we can create an EC2, and what all the things that uh, what all the things that we can do with the Terraform. Okay, so very basic, right? I need just one EC2 instance to be created in AWS, right? What all the things I needed. Okay, so very first thing, you always remember that let's suppose I have to go, with Terraform, I need to create some. Okay, let's try to draw something. Okay, so this picture, how I can brief. Basically, okay, so the Terraform will come somewhere this place actually. Okay, so on basis of here, okay, general case, what will happen in general case, if you go, there is a separate separate machine will be there for Terraform, and separate machine will be there that will be get created. Okay, so here we are going to do the same way. Okay, so I'll just show you how exactly we are going to create. So we'll say there is a base machine. So base Terraform system. Okay, using this base Terraform system, I'm going to create some EC2. Okay, in AWS account, obviously. Okay, and what else I'm going to have? Okay, so this is the way actually it works, right? So let's suppose I have multiple EC2 instances that I'm going to create. Okay, and let's suppose I'll put something subnet as well. Okay, so this is the way actually generally it will work, right? So there is a EC2 machines which is under subnet, and the subnet will be inside your, let's suppose this is a private, this is a public, okay, and this one is private, right? So this is the way. Let's suppose I have a AWS account. Inside AWS account there is a VPC. Inside VPC there is a public subnet and the private subnet, and we have to create some EC2 machines, right? Now all these things I will be doing using Terraform. Okay, everything will be done using Terraform. Now there is a way I can do it one by one separately, and there is a way that we can do the Terraform. Okay, so we'll be doing it using Terraform base EC2 system. EC2 system, then we'll do the Terraform. Okay, let's suppose that's a base machine is there where I've just installed Terraform. Okay, and using Terraform, I'm going to do it all these things. Okay, you have any question here at this point of time? Okay, that's fine. So let's try doing it now. Remember, I'm not doing too much complication. I'll not make it too much complication. So basically, okay, before this, what Terraform need actually? So Terraform basically need how Terraform will now. Remember, Terraform have to go to the AWS account and connect it, right? How exactly it is going to do it actually? Okay, so basically it needs something called AWS credentials, right? How exactly it is going to get that AWS credentials actually? Okay, so that it will get via AWS user secret key. Okay, so using AWS secret key, basically it will connect to AWS using basic. Okay, so Terraform will connect AWS via AWS user secret key. Okay, so I'll show you basically then doing all these things. I need a AWS user, right? User secret key. Now how I can do that? Basically a simple funda, right? So if I am saying Terraform, go create some resources in AWS. So Terraform needs something, right? Terraform needs some credential. By using that credential only, it can go and create, right? So we'll that same thing we are trying to learn it here, that the how we can provide the Terraform that credential actually. Okay, so for that we need a AWS user and secret key. Okay, we'll see how exactly it works. So we are going to do it in the North Virginia region. If you're already there, don't worry about it. Okay, I'll tell you the region as well, why we need a North Virginia actually. So in this experience, in this one actually, in this practice, we are not going to try anything else. We will be just focusing on our basic basic EC2 creation. Okay, so basic EC2 creation, what all the things you need a VPC, a subnet, right? And why I'm doing in North Virginia, so these things will be by default will be there. I don't have to create any new one, right? So let's do it in the North Virginia region. For that, I will go in AWS. Okay, and I'll come back out. Okay, and I will choose not Virginia region. That's the first one, default region actually. Okay, so let's try focusing. Okay, so the very first thing, I need a user. Okay, and that user secret key and access key that we are going to use. Remember, I told you, right? Secret key we need. So access key and secret key, both we need. So let's create a user and copy its a secret key and access key. Okay, let's try doing it. So go there in IAM, identity and access management. Remember how we can create the users. We have done it into the identity and access management, right? We have to come into the identity and access management. Okay, come here. And I will come in the user section. There is no users for now. I'll just add one user. Let's suppose I'll give anything, right? Let's suppose I'll say dev users. Okay, and I will say access key, programmatic access. That's it. Go in permissions. So attach administrative, that full access. Okay, I'm not sure if this one I have. So this one I've mentioned, right? Go in permission tab and attach an administrative access. Okay, so remember this one. This the administrative access that I'm just giving. Next one is not needed. I think that's it, right? If I'll say create, immediately you can see here, I'll get the access key and my access key and secret key. Remember, just copy both because we are going to need it. Okay, so you have to click on show and then copy. Remember to copy it because if you forget, then gone. Then you'll not get it immediately. Okay, you have to just delete and create it another one. So make sure when you are creating at the same time you're copying it. Okay, so that's done. So now what is our code? It's saying, okay, so I'm just creating another directory where actually we can play around it just to make it safe. So here something we were already playing, right? So I want to do it some different place. So I'm just going there. Okay, see home, EC2, Terraform, and AWS. Doesn't matter. You can do anywhere. Just remember main.tf file. There should not be two main.tf file. Otherwise, it will confuse. Terraform will confuse. So always keep your folder updated. See what things are there. Okay, and I'll update my main.tf file. Now, one thing you have to remember, vi main.tf file, that I will show you the code. Okay, so one thing you have to remember, this access key and secret key you have to change. Remember, this one will be different for you as well. Okay, when you generate your access key and secret key, that will be different one. Okay, so always make sure you choose yours one. Okay, and rest of the things I think will be similar. Hopefully I'm giving this AMI. Actually, I picked up, I think 2-3 months back. So sometime it happened that this AMI is not available in your region. So it will give you error, but that's fine. We'll find it. Okay. So let's try creating it. Okay, simple. I'll put all the code in my directory. Okay. And so run the Terraform init. Verify. Actually, I just want to. I'll just say Terraform init. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so that's fine. Just remove that Terraform plugin. Just say Terraform init. That's it. Okay, and I will say Terraform apply. Okay, you can see here what exactly it is going to do. It is going to create one EC2 machine for me. AWS instance it is going to create. Okay, EBS volume, these are just attached to the AWS, right? So I'll say yes. Okay, now if I'll go in AWS and verify my EC2, ideally there should be one EC2 machine. Here you go, right? So one EC2 machine got created. Okay, remember this one, I have not done it. It just got initialized. It is being done via Terraform. Okay, so now if you see here, this document, so base EC2 machine, we have installed Terraform, right? So AWS user key and secret key that we have provided. And now inside my AWS account, VPC, one EC2 machine got created, that too in the subnet, right? And remember, I am not created, ideally you should create this VPC and subnet as well. But because it's a default one, I have not changed anything. I have not, I have not created anything. Okay. So this is the way actually how you can create instances. I'll run Terraform destroy. Okay, then your EC2 machine will be get destroyed. It is asking me confirmation. I'll say yes, and it will go and terminate it. Gone. Got it? Okay. So this is the way actually how you can play around it. How you can play around the Terraform. Any question here? Okay. So I will just show you few other things. Just give me a moment. I'll give you something. Right. So let me just show you a few other things. Okay. So basically, this one, right? This repository is there. Okay. So what I'm going to show you. Okay. Let's suppose, where is that variable? Provider. Okay. Oh, fine. So I'll okay. So from here, actually, I have some code. If you really want to go through it, let's suppose you want to create some you want to create your own branch, right? Your own branch. So you can very welcome to clone these repositories. Just clone it and keep it with you and see how how exactly it works, how what you can do, right? How modification works, how a different VPC I can create, even though whatever we are doing in a practice, right? Whatever we are doing in a practice, that everything can be done here. Okay, so in even though in the environment, when I'm talking about the environment, we are creating a lot of things, right? Route tables, etc., everything that can be created using this actually. Okay, so so I'll just give you this one. So Terraform, if the baseline Terraform you want to create, you can utilize this code actually. I can give you some idea, but because we are already behind the class, so I don't want to go in detail. That too, it's not a part of that one. So I've a lot of things that's why I've covered on the Terraform. That's why I've given a lot of time. Actually, Terraform is very good actually. Okay, so there are a lot of codes are there that I kept in my repository. You can very well download it, okay, and play around it actually. So there will be slight modification you have to do it, that you can do, and you can play around it.
Hey Rahul, one quick question on Terraform. How widely is that used compared to like other things we have discussed so far?
It's Terraform is the most, I would say, whatever topic we are discussing, right, in the DevOps section. So Kubernetes, Terraform, and Ansible. That's the three most useful tool, I would say. Everywhere these days, everywhere people are moving to the Terraform actually.
Okay.
So Terraform, that's why I'm telling you, right? That's why I'm saying now what is happening. Docker is being utilized everywhere, but Docker as a plane you will not see. Okay, you will hardly see that the plain Docker somebody is using. Docker concepts are being used now, like because when I'm saying a Kubernetes, right? So Kubernetes is using the Docker concept. Same way when I'm saying AWS ECS, ECS is using Docker concept. So that's why Docker, understanding of Docker is very much important. But if I'm talking about the tools which is heavily being utilized, as per my knowledge, you can search about the Google, what is the maximum utilized tool in the infrastructure as code. I would definitely say that the Terraform will be somewhere in the top for sure. Terraform, and then for container orchestration, Kubernetes. That is being huge demand for Kubernetes actually.
Okay.
Okay, and because if you are using Kubernetes built on the based on Docker, so Docker will be always in a demand.
So companies that use Kubernetes, they also use Docker, or it's like one or the other.
No, actually Kubernetes built on the base of Docker. Kubernetes have their own when you go in the Kubernetes, you'll see all that concept actually, containers and etc. But they are utilizing some different terms. So we'll come there. We'll show you how exactly there the clustering solution is there. They're using it as a pod. All these things are there actually. So that we will cover. We'll try to cover.
Yeah, that's in the lab 9, right? I mean, on day 9 or.
Yep.
Right? Yeah. Okay, so that's coming up in the future Kubernetes, and then Terraform is used in augmentation of Docker, right? So people use Docker and then use Terraform for all the things. Right?
Terraform basically is being used everywhere. Like, if I'm creating anything, either cloud, even though if I'm not using cloud, right? Let's suppose Kubernetes as well. If you want to create Kubernetes, right? So Terraform can be utilized. If you want to create Docker, yes, Kubernetes can be, Terraform can be utilized. You want to create AWS, Azure, GCP, anything you are doing, Terraform is very well can be utilized. That's why so much handy, so much useful tool actually.
Right. So you can use Terraform to create and deploy EC instances and all those things, right?
Yeah, everything. And that too, I'm showing you the simple thing. There is a complication, right? I'm telling you, right? Let's suppose there is a 20 different EC2 machine you have to create, 10 different VPC you have to create. You have to make sure that the first 4 machines should be in first subnet, second 4 machines should be in a different subnet. Then all these complications, right? Now, if you're going to do it all manually, there are a lot of complications, right? At the same time, if I write the code first time, it's always handy, right? I can just utilize whenever I want. You can see how easy it is, right? Just Terraform apply and Terraform destroy. That's it. I want to create my infrastructure. I'll run Terraform, apply. My code is tested, ready already. Whenever. That's why it's called infrastructure as ready, right? Infrastructure as code. Entire infrastructure is written in a code. Whenever you want to utilize, just utilize.
Okay. So like company where you work right now, Terraform is heavily used, right? I mean,
very, very.
Okay. No, thank you for those insight on that. Thank you.
Okay. Other people are also there. They can agree, disagree with me. I'm giving you on my experience. But my experience.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, I'm sure there are some Fortune 500 companies, they don't use Terraform.
Yeah.
But majority of the companies, and I agree that, it makes it very easy. But I thought AWS also has some other ways of doing things too, right? For creating and.
No, CloudFormation is there for AWS actually. Similar kind of tool. Okay. But the problem is with the CloudFormation, that's limited to the AWS.
Right.
When I'm talking about when I'm talking about Terraform is open. They are very well happy with working with the, Google. They are happy with Cloud, Oracle, Azure, anywhere, even the on-premises as well. So very flexible.
Very flexible, right. So somebody
and that too open source.
Only the cloud library, right?
Yep. CloudFormation is the the tool actually for on place of Terraform if you want to use, and that too open source. So think about.
No.
There is no charges, and if you are going to use that one, you have to pay charges for that.
Right. So I have like something going on today and tomorrow, so I have to leave around now. I just had a question. What are we covering for the rest of the day? I will catch up on a video actually, but
that's fine. Today, I think this one is done. So I'll just start this the Puppet thing. Okay. So Puppet will start. Puppet and Ansible, 2 things are there. So Puppet will start because it's we are already delay, but we'll try to at least give the introduction of Puppet, and then doing the initial at least installation things today.
Okay. What about the GitLab, the other thing you have?
So Git, I think we have covered, right? Git on that day, if you remember, Git we have covered on that day.
Okay.
I think you might have forgot, right? All these things, remember all these things we have covered on that day.
Right.
right? Cloning and all those things I have shown. That's why I prepared this for picture and
Correct.
right.
Yeah.
So day 5, it's all completed now. Terraform I've just covered. Day 6, ideally I should have been started very much early, but because we are with delay, so that's why I know that the where need to put more pressure actually. So Terraform, and that's why I'm putting more pressure. Okay, then Puppet will do it. I'll and then AWS networking, provisioning, monitoring. That's cloud formation. Your cloud formation will cover here in this section actually.
Okay.
And then Kubernetes.
Okay.
Okay, so no problem. Thanks, Sunil. Thanks for the time.
Thank you for the class. I will stay as long as I can, but then at some point I will.
Sure. Okay, so let's jump on the day 6, guys. So sorry, not Ansible. I'll start with the Puppet actually. So as I said, right, so Puppet is a complicated tool. I'll tell you what exactly the Puppet is doing actually, where exactly it fits. And okay, so do you need this? If needed, I'll just save it. Day 5. So fine. Now we'll focus on. We're back to our original region. Okay, so yeah, now what we are going to do is we'll be talking about Puppet, right? So what exactly the Puppet is, right? So Puppet is called as a configuration management tool, right? What exactly the configuration management tool is? So now I'll take you back on day 2 when I was talking about introduction of DevOps, right? So I'll just take you back. If you come here, this was the tool, this was the page which I have discussed on that day, right? So now if you see here, this documentation, where exactly we land, where we are actually. Okay, so we are talking about a Puppet and Ansible, both, right? So now you can see here on the right side, we are Ansible. Puppet is not mentioned, but your Puppet will be also listed here somewhere. Okay, so that's basically called operate. Operate, or that's called as a configuration management tool actually. Okay, why we are saying it's operation or configuration management tool? Basically it's being done after deployment, right? Deployment means, okay, so my code was there, right? I have process and everything I have done, and I have deployed, right? I have deployed. Now after deployment, let's suppose I need to do some changes. Yeah, let's suppose I need to do some package installation, right? Let's suppose I need to do the patching, right? Just package installation. Patching is also nothing but it's a package installation itself. Okay, so let's suppose I need to do that, right? So what is the solution? How we can do that? Okay, so if package installation is needed on 1 or 2 machines, then that's fine. That can be done. That can be easily, you can manually do it. There is no tool or scripting is needed. But if you have to if you have to install it on the multiple machines, if you have to do it on the multiple machines, then definitely you need something called as operation or configuration management tools. Yeah. So for that purpose, actually, are we are in demand, we are in the search for the, or we are learning about the configuration management tool. So configuration management, nothing but if you want to do some operating changes, or if you want to do some installation on servers, okay, for that purpose you need a configuration management tool. Okay, so here comes your configuration management tool. So now we are going to talk about is Puppet. Puppet is one of the configuration, is older configuration, very old configuration actually. So initially, when the very much initially the configuration management talk, we were talking about the configuration management. So Puppet came there actually. So Puppet is the very old one. The other configuration management tools are very new actually. Okay, comparatively, if you do the comparison. Okay, so so what exactly the Puppet? So Puppet is the configuration management tool that is used for deploying, configuring, managing servers. Okay, it performs the following functions: defining distinct configuration for each every host, and continuously checking and confirming whether the required configuration is in place and is not altered. If altered, Puppet will revert back to the required configuration on the host, right? Dynamic scaling up and scaling down of matches and providing control. So basically, in a nutshell, if you see here, basically they are saying if you want to do any changes, any deployment you want to do on the service, Puppet will be needed. Okay, forget about the others for now. Okay, so we'll focus only on the Puppet for now. Okay, Puppet will always work on the master slave configuration. So there will be one master and many slave can be there. Okay, so even the practice we will do, we will be also focusing on the master and slave architecture, how exactly it works. Okay, now you can see here why exactly, if the very first question will be there, right? Why Puppet? Okay, so you can see here, so large installed base, large developer base, right? Long commercial track record. I told you, right? It's very old. So 2005, that's older, very old actually. Concept they have. Okay, then documentation they have good. Platform supports also good, but that's fine. That's a good thing that we are talking about. If you ask my experience, even though the others experience also, you will see that these days Puppet is behind of Ansible, which is also a configuration management tool. So Ansible being heavily utilized. Reason behind it, because Puppet is very complicated system actually. And if you have to do one work, there is a lot of configuration, changes you have to do, which is always admin overhead. There is a possibility of mistakes and all those things. You know that the why we should be using this configuration management tools for simplicity, right? As simple as that, and our deployment should be also go through properly, right? But on the other hand, it is getting more complicated actually. It is getting more complicated, right? So that's the reason actually these days Puppet is being less utilized. Okay, but that's fine. We'll learn about it because a few organizations and the places still being used. So we'll learn about it. So what exactly the Puppet is? So the features of Puppet actually. So they are providing scalability and consistency, portable infrastructure. Portable infrastructure is common for everything, wherever you talk about, right? So portable infrastructure means, again, infrastructure can be tweaked in a code actually. Okay, if you want to change some infrastructure, there is a possibility of changing in a code. Flexibility is there. Then infrastructure inside, you can see what changes are happening in the infrastructure and all. those information also you can get it easily. Okay, now I told you that the Ansible and Puppet both are configuration management tool, right? So when I'm saying a configuration management tool, what exactly I'm meaning? I have already briefed you, but you know, if you see here, so they have said that there is a configuration management. There is an example they have given. Okay, so basically, like everywhere, wherever there is a problem, okay, so you know, some issue happen. Sometime it happened that the right, okay, some change, some issue happen on any one server. They identified, okay, some changes. Let's suppose time change, right? A very common issue. Okay, let's suppose there is a time change. You have to do it on the thousands of servers at one go, right? What you'll do? Okay, because there is a pressure, you have to do it very quickly. Obviously, one by one, doing one by one is not solution, right? You have to do it something in one go. Right, so for that purpose, you can use the configuration management. Okay, we'll see how exactly it works. Okay, so okay, there's a few things in Puppet which is very important actually. Okay, so three things actually which Puppet, you will walk around the Puppet is very important. Is I'll show you this one: classes, manifest, and module. Okay, so Puppet is all built around these three things. Okay, there is a three different things: classes, manifest, and module. Okay, I'll tell you what exactly these are. Okay, on the ground. So before discussing these things, I think it will be good that if we install Puppet, see how exactly where exactly this class is and where exactly the manifest we are writing and what exactly the module, then I think you will understand it in a better way. Okay, so what I'm going to do, it will focus on the installation first. Let the installation done, Puppet installation done, and then I'll tell you what exactly these changes are, what exactly the means of classes, what exactly the mean of manifest, and then what exactly the meaning of modules. Yeah. Okay. So let's focus on installation. So we are on the day 6. Let's go there, lab and hands-on lab on Puppet. Okay, so what exactly we need? We need one Ubuntu 18 server and one Red Hat 7 instance. Two different instances we need, right? Now there will be a bit challenges. Okay, so let's doing it. I'll tell you from where you can get it actually. Okay, so Docker machine will stop because Docker we are not going to use for now. Okay, so we'll stop this thing. Okay, and we need two different machines. Remember, one is the Red Hat 7, one is Ubuntu 18. Actually, Ubuntu 18 we will be using as a master, and Ubuntu, Red Hat 7 will be using as a slave machine, where from master you can push your code changes to the slave. Okay, so that's what we are going to do. So let's try doing it. Let's do one by one. Okay, so let's try creating Ubuntu 18 first, which will be called as a Puppet master. Okay, so let's try doing it. So launch instance. And I will say it Puppet what the name? Puppet Master. Okay, now we need Ubuntu, right? Now you can see here Ubuntu 22, which is the latest one, right? I don't need that because I think we can do the installation on these things as well. But the problem is, this testing have been done on the Ubuntu 18. So it's best that we can utilize Ubuntu 18 because if we get stuck on the newer one, then you have to do the lot of investigation and all. So it's always best that go for which is the recommended. Okay, so because it's not in a quick start, so what we'll do, we'll search for it. Okay, so I need Ubuntu, right? Let's search for Ubuntu. Ubuntu 18 we need, right? Okay, that's fine. We don't have here. So you can search in community. Okay. And you can filter in community. In community, you can filter from the Ubuntu actually. Okay. So Ubuntu 18 is needed. Okay. So fine. We can pick, I think, one. Okay, anyone is fine. Let's pick one Ubuntu 18. So deep learning Ubuntu. That's for a deep learning actually. Otherwise, do one thing. Okay, let's start with the newer version. We can do on the Ubuntu 18 itself, but that's fine. Let's try doing on the what about the installation? What? Okay, hopefully it should work. Let's doing it. Okay, let's doing on the latest one, which is the latest available. So Puppet will create the Puppet master. I'll update the document as well. Let's try doing it. If it is successful, then that's fine. If it is not successful, then we'll go further. So from the quick start itself, whatever the free tier Ubuntu latest is available, let's go with that. So Ubuntu 22 is the latest which is available, right? It will be available for you as well. So just pick that one. Key, you have to choose yours one. A network, the similar way we are choosing every time, right? VPC1 and then subnet, we have to choose the public. Okay, and you have to choose your security group, which is AWS. Okay, rest of the things I think should be fine. Okay, that's got created first. Then another one is I need Red Hat 7 machine. That's called a Red Hat 7. But I think we should be fine, even though if you are going for the Red Hat 8. Red Hat 8 is the default which is available. So you can see Red Hat 7 and Ubuntu 18 is mentioned, but that's fine. Red Hat 8 is the default, on the latest available. So we'll try for the Red Hat 8. We'll see if there is any problem is coming. Okay, so I will launch instance one more. I will call it as a Puppet agent. Okay. Same way I need Red Hat, right? So Red Hat, you can see here, Red Hat 8 is the latest one. Okay, that's free tier. I will say Red Hat AWS 10. Okay, keep everything default. Let's try creating it. Let's give a couple of minutes so that both should be running. Okay, meanwhile, these instances are coming. I think 2-3 minutes will take. So we'll take our final break. Okay, and we'll come back in 5 minutes, 5-6 minutes, so that we can start it. Yeah. Okay. Hold your coffee, guys.
Okay.
I'm back. Okay, so my both the machines are running. Let's try connecting it. Okay, one thing it's saying that you have to create a private security group for private connection, right? So basically, this one will not be needed because, remember, when we are doing one practice, our same security group, which we are working actually, similar kind of permission. This all traffic, all everything. This one we have already added in our same security group, so we don't have to worry about it. Okay, so this 5.1 and 5.2 both we can ignore, even though let's suppose you have not done that security group. So how you can verify whether you have done it or not? So let's go in your security group. Okay, choose your security group. See inbound and outbound traffic, right? So inbound traffic is this one, all traffic 00. That's the same one I'm talking about. And outbound traffic as well. All traffic, all, right? So that's fine. Both rules are there. That's the same thing I was looking for, right? And it is already assigned to my system, so I don't have to worry about it. So these two steps, we are good to skip. 5.1 and then 5.2. Okay, so basically how you can check that, they should you should be able to ping to each other the private IP, right? So I mentioned as well that if you're following the same security group, you don't have to do the separate one. Okay, we just have to make sure that the communication is there. So let's try connecting both the machines. Okay, so from one problem happened. Okay, so I forgot to give the public IP address, right? That we remember there is an option to enable it actually. So that was a mistake. Okay, let me just do it again. I'll just terminate it. So I'll create a new launch instance. Quickly we'll do Puppet master. Okay, master will be Ubuntu, right? This one instance type is fine. This one is okay. In the network section, remember what I missed. Subnet is public that I have chosen, but this one I forget actually. This one should be enabled, because if you don't have the public IP, you cannot connect the machine, right? That's a problem. So I will choose my security group and I will say launch instance. Okay, same time, let's create another machine as well, which is the agent. Okay, I will say Puppet agent. And I need a Red Hat. Choose security group, VPC1. Okay, this one you should be public and choose it as a Rest keep default. Okay, so or both the machines will be coming. Let's wait for it. Both the machines are coming. Just wait for 1 more minute. Then we'll try connecting it. And just make sure you are able to ping the private IP from one machine to another machine. That's important. If you're not able to ping, then it's there is some problem with there. Okay, that's fine. The master is ready. Let's try connecting it at least. Okay, same way. Only one difference is there that I'll tell you. Okay, that's fine. Now, one thing you have to remember it. If it is a Ubuntu machine, right? So you remember, right? By default, there is a EC2-user. That's a that's a default user is there, right? So we don't have to go for EC2-user as a default. We'll go for Ubuntu. That's a default user is there in a in Ubuntu machine actually. So just remember that I mentioned in the document as well. But if you're giving EC2, then this machine will not get connected. So just make sure you're using Ubuntu. Okay, so my machine got connected. Now let's connect the another machine as well. This is our slave machine, right? What about the Puppet agent? What is the IP for it? So accept. Here we'll use the EC2-user. That's a default user which we are using every time. What happened? Sorry, I didn't choose the key actually. Sorry, I didn't choose the authorization. So I will say okay. Okay, I will say EC2-user. Okay, sudo su hyphen. I'll just make it. Okay, now what I said, I need to make sure that both the machines are able to ping to each other, right? That's very important to see. Let's see whether they are able to ping to each other. Okay, so how I'll get the private IP? So let's suppose I'm sitting on the master. I need to ping to the Puppet agent, right? So Puppet agent private IP is this. Okay, so let's go on master. Okay, from here, try pinging your Here you go, right? You're able to ping. Same way, you can try master and try pinging from the agent. Yes. So both the way connectivity is open. That means we are good. Okay. That's what is expectation. Right. That's done. Now, few configuration that we have to do it is few host file setting and etc. We have to do it. Okay. So that we will see how we can do it. Okay. So let's do it on the Puppet Master first. Just give me a moment. Just give me a moment. Let me just delete this users, the user that I've created actually. That's done. Okay. So, so now we have officially landed in day 6. Yes. So in day 6, what we are going to, in Puppet we are learning, right? So Puppet. Okay. So in Puppet, there is a Puppet master. And there is a Puppet agent. Okay, these two things are there, right? So we have to do some updates there. We have to do their configuration file changes we have to do. Okay, so that we will see how we can do that. Okay, so set up the host file on Puppet master and agent. Okay, so this is something on Puppet master. Okay, and this is something on the Puppet agent. So what we can do, copy these things and just change the IP address actually, because the IP address will be a different, right? So this one is from, and this one from the agent, right? But now you can see here, basically, these are the lab agent, right? This is the agent server IP, private IP, and this one is the master private IP, right? These things you have to change. You have to make sure that the correct IP, because you know this IP will get changed every time. When I'll create or you will create, it will be different IP for you. Okay, so make sure that IP get changed. How I can get? So for Puppet Master, you can see what is the private IP 1.149, right? So let's change the same thing for Puppet Master 149. So two places we have to change. Yes, two places here, the master, and one place here, and one place here. This one is also IP address of master, right? 3 places. Same way we have to change for the agent type. Copy that one. Let's change it here. 1, 2, and 3. Okay. Now what happened? This file is ready. Okay, the /etc/host file is ready for both my Puppet Master and Puppet Agent, right? What I'll do, I'll just copy simply, go on both the machines and individually replace it. /etc/host. Okay, I'll go there. There are a few things are already there. I don't care. I'll just remove everything. Okay, how you can do that? You can do the by DD, double D. If you press double D, the line will get deleted. And if you want to delete the multiple lines, you can do it with the 10 DD, 15 DD something. Like you can see, I'm posting DD, one line getting deleted. Okay, then press enter. Okay, this one is ready. This is for my master. And this one, this is for my lab agent. Okay, so I'll go again here, /etc/host file. Just remove whatever is there and put some fresh entry. Okay, now it says that if you ping call Puppet from agent server, you should get response, right? So let's go on your agent server. This is my agent server. If I'll say ping Puppet, yes, I'm getting response. It means till now my setting is good. Whatever the configuration I did, that's a good one actually. Okay. Now that's good. Till now we are good. Okay. Now what we are going to do it is we'll try to set up host name. Yeah. And we'll do some configuration on the master. Remember, we will be doing all these things on master. Okay, just remember this thing. Okay, so Puppet master we are. Okay, this is my Puppet master. So whatever I'll do on the Puppet master. Okay, so the very first thing, there are certain commands are there that you have to just follow with me. Okay, and you know, if you are just follow these things, if you're following it right away, fine. Even though if you're doing it after class, that should be also fine. You can tell me if you're getting some issues. Okay, so I have just, you know, always remember where exactly you are running command. Whenever there is a multiple master and slave concept is there, so where exactly you are running, that's important actually. So right now I'm going to run these commands on a Puppet master actually. Okay, so let's run this one. Okay, that's done. Then I'll say execute this. Yeah, that's done. Then I will just download the Puppet package actually. Okay, got downloaded. I will unpack it. Okay, and then I'll say install it. Apt update means whatever the package will be there, that will get updated. So let's see, hopefully there should not be any error. That's done. Okay, just remove this package from there. Okay, now exactly the Puppet server installation will be done. Okay, it will ask you a few questions, say yes. Yep. So that's installation is done. That's good. Okay. Now we'll do some configuration changes. Okay. That's important. Okay, so that's the main configuration file that's called a puppet.configuration. Okay, there is a two different entry we have to put. One is sort name as a main and in the master as well. So let's open this configuration file. Remember, we are doing everything in the master till now. Okay, so there is an entry for server. So we have to add these two different details actually. Remove that server, and on place of server, just put these two entry. Okay, main. Okay, this is the way. So main certification name, actually, basically we are saying that the whatever the puppet that we are going to start, that will named as a puppet. Okay, that called as a puppet. Okay, there is one more configuration file we have to change where Java. That's a common actually Java usage. How much Java usage could be. So 1 GB will be default, but we cannot give because we are running on T2 micro, right? It is very lower in the config. So we have to change that as a 512 MB. So let's change this one as well. And Java org, right? That was defined as a 2 GB, which is very heavy actually. So if we try starting on the seed, it will crash immediately because memory itself, because there is no memory. There's only one. I'll say 512 M. Okay, here as well. 512 M. Okay, that's got changed. Now we'll set up the Puppet server. If all good, it will pass on. Otherwise, it will give you the error. So we'll see if it is passing. Generated successfully. Fine. We got okay. So now we'll try to start our Puppet server. Should be good, I believe so. It's taking time. Yeah, it got started. Now just enable it. Yeah, it's done. Okay, so now what you have to do is just exit and sudo su again. Just control D and sudo su again. Basically, it will set up your path actually. Okay, so if you don't exit and come back again, you'll get error. Okay, so yeah, so it means, so now you know the how exactly it works. Okay, so remember I have given a certificate name as a puppet, and the puppet our puppet name, the application name itself also is a puppet, right? So I've just given both as a puppet. So fine, so hopefully it got generated here on the master copy. Okay, and this certificate also got generated. Now using this certificate, actually your agents will be get configured. Okay, So I know that we are going over time. So what we'll do, we'll configure this agent tomorrow. Okay. So we'll just shut down the machines at this point of time. Okay. And when I'll start it tomorrow, we'll start at the same point. Okay. So the configuration of agents will be needed. Remember, the agents will use the same signed certificate which we have just generated on the master. We'll show you how exactly you're configuring and how the agents are going to utilize it. Okay, so those things we'll share with you. Okay, so let's do it tomorrow. Okay, any other question apart from that?
No.
Okay, so I'll just shut down. Don't even though if you have started these machines, just make sure shut it down. Don't terminate it. Okay, so that we can just start it tomorrow and we can start it, at the same time. You can see the CPU utilization is also going high, right? Reason behind it because Puppet will take a lot of efforts, lot of it needs CPU utilization, etc. Because our machine config is very low actually. That's why, but that's fine. I think T2 micro is fine, manageable. Okay, okay. Thank you guys. Thanks. We'll meet tomorrow again. Okay. Bye bye.